Figadilla, Figadilla. Happy day, happy day. Happy day, Vibe Tribe. Read chat much? How long have you been reading chat? Alright, you know. You are not keen with how to anthropically, you know, produce some sort of enjoyment for being a woman, huh? Is that too much to not recognize that, you know, that could be 50% of my delegation, though, you know, things and stuff and such. People have Tuesdays, you know. On Tuesdays, people are all, you know, emotional and stuff, you know. Rightfully. Right? How would you know if they did or if they didn't? That's a guess. Accurate guess. Accurate guess. You know, if that's how you want to play, if you want to ignore it. If I wanted to be lazy, if I want to be lazy, it's okay. Here to help. Yeah. You know, to tell me what I have to do is ruining it. Whatever it is for yourself, Welcome to the chat. Sheesh, you know. How are you feeling today? You know. Be subservient to men who demand respect without gaining it. Gain it through the lens of society or through the lens of your attitude today. And maybe that's the question that you're probably wondering about me. Rightfully so. You know, it's amazing to not be belligerent whenever you finally, you know, whoever said that you could pop into my chat and try to make this game about you without, proper, I don't know, utilization of time, effort, skill, and intention, show your intention, practice vulnerability. How do you practice vulnerability? You comfort yourself and you allow yourself to be triggered circumstantially, creating reason to create headway. Now that there's headway created, we shouldn't be sitting here speculating the time at which, you're utilizing your headway, how you're utilizing your headway, where you're utilizing your headway. Is that sincere? Are you being sincere to yourself? Are you allowing, and are you allowing displays of insincerity to shine through your said intention, making you just a literal public fucking walking, what is that? Things like that. And you wouldn't have to study, for enough time alone, seemingly, teach yourself how to be vulnerable, within dimensions, spatially and things and stuff and such. No, it is not illegal to love yourself. It's in the eye of the beholder from the clues that could be gathered from bizarre circumstance and scenario, seemingly, though maybe secondhand nature, to and for certain evolution, certainly. When a school was being run effectively, you wouldn't have to constantly test your teachers. Each teacher shouldn't be tested each year within the perimeters of dialogue between syllabus and between translated document. Within syllabus, you're not handing out the cheat sheets now, are you? And if you are handing out the cheat sheets, maybe that worked for you for, a certain amount of time. And maybe you didn't think that that could be, translated from a very unhonest, unloyal, die-hard, privatized information technology source. Therefore, possibly, possibly. It's funny how no one is talking to me and you right now, presently in this room, because it's just me in this house. If you taught yourself practicing vulnerability in honest ways, you would challenge yourself to meet deadlines, you know, and listen and believe that whomever is providing bad advice, you know, that they have, you know, convince the world that you have a sound opinion because you know how to HTML. As if my guy doesn't know how to Dougie. You know, out here Dougieing better than everyone. Probably gave up that fuckboy shit a long time ago just to fucking watch it fucking, you know, sometimes fucking possibly fucking blow up on a Tuesday because, you know, how emotions were, you know, being, you know, utilized through these senses of degenerate behavior that's not being properly translated by any honest source enough to even remotely create dinner talk within the, you know, tell me what I want to hear. And sometimes what you want to hear is the truth. You want to hear the truth. It's not necessarily what people think you want to hear. So sometimes they tell you what you think you want to hear. Or and you know, to sit here and to question how people think and how people's trains of thought somehow, you know, make it across. Because, you know, to solve similar and or same equation for an honest person that, you know, has the gusto to rear, you know, a comment in here that could be recognizing, you know, of human circumstance within humanizing and your odyssey. Picking and choosing where you utilize your action and how you aren't quite utilizing your active duty calls for my benefit necessarily. Maybe you're the only one. Maybe your odyssey is the only one. Maybe there's a few only ones that have the moral compass enough to stand up for what's right without having to be, you know, begged. You know, to beg is to lower yourself to standards that of character and or mannerism and or, you know, accurate show of creatures of habit. If you were to study people and people watch, you know, part of me is really proud that, you know, we can, you know, resonate with the parts of myself that may be, challenge, to not mention. Because whenever you recognize challenge, whenever you recognize struggle, it's not normal for people to talk about it. It's not gossip. To recognize where there could be interpreted struggle or interpreted challenge and it's not talked about and it's just acted on, within certain ways of promoting your brand as a person, mannerism wise, you don't necessarily have to say a goddamn thing to me in chat for me to recognize that no, I'm not getting, what is needed. Because, part because it's none of your fucking business. And if it was your fucking business, you would be something more of a real guy. And, to be effectively effective with me without, expectations, entitlement issues, jealousy and all, if there was one individual that was better than me and every other fucking degenerate in the chat, I'm sure y'all would have known about him for years and just, trying to sweep it right under the rug, grow confidence together through, your vulnerabilities, find a way that you can, could show Neo, how life, looks, how life could appear, through the lens of, starting to really, shift, back into believing in arranged marriages. Because, if your parents approved, and maybe approved so much that maybe it was shocking to them because it could be cliche. Sometimes whenever things are too, too cliche or too stereotype or, too, emotionally balanced and, perfect, and there is not a the only master plan is figuring out, activities to enjoy together. It's a vulnerability to recognize mannerisms, characteristics, and tendencies that may be off-putting to you. And to not just appreciate them, to learn to love them in ways that surpass and also challenge the realms of shared existence within our church, our state, our tribe, and how we could effectively be sharing in the riches of truths that maybe I didn't allow for myself in certain ways. To approach things, with a numb perspective, though recognize some sort of similarity or semblance cognitively within the realms of, enjoying the personalities exuded through the, consistency of your opinion, your feeling, your thought, your argument, your debate, or your stance, your response. And not being overbearing whenever you have that one individual that seems to always have the perfect robotic response because you somehow have the perfect robotic life circumstances that were not necessarily just predicted, because that could apply to everyone, and therefore it doesn't make it, so special. Whenever you don't practice, if you are married, then you're essentially practicing the vulnerability of, learning to smell someone else's poop, learning to, cook a little extra food so everyone can have, Tupperware, and leftovers. It does feel familiar because, essentially, And Your Odyssey can be streaming from anywhere in the world right now. And Your Odyssey is so proud to be a real human. It is emotional. And it's not emotional because it's sarcastic, somehow. Because it's so amazing to watch mice, run through mazes that you can, effectively, pick up this and put this down and, put this there, and you can effectively, fuck up a mouse's day and have a ball. Think you're really doing something in the world. Think you're making headway, as a man, because you couldn't have, you didn't have a, successful, you want to talk about it? Or maybe you didn't have successful marriage or successful friendships with everyone because they were judging you based on how close you were to me. And if you just were that proud of being who you are, unconditionally and unforgivably, through certain lens of perspective, certainly, because whenever you you recognize the current state of affairs, and how that reflects on you and how that reflects to you, how that reflects for you, and when. Because if I notice that it doesn't reflect, nicely for me on a day that you're crying, or saying one more thing necessary in the chat with, and your honesty, literally yells at the people that, she can predict. Tone. And it's important because if, you're crying out 1 minute and giggling from a wide delegation, and you're failing to be successful with simple tasks, yet you can perform all these, large, amazing tasks, that's great, how is that adding to the world? How is that adding to my world? Would you ask? No, I'm sure you don't make choices in life to, maybe reap positive results, noticing positive results for me that work for me with, my life. Certainly. And with uncertainty, the question there would lie, where's the consistency? And then whenever, maybe y'all can tell me. And really, it's not, not necessary, recognizing the maturity level and the utilizations of certain translations, certainly. This become a debate. Responsible adults know how to agree to disagree. If you're not mature enough to have a roommate that maybe you don't get along with on a Tuesday, one Tuesday a month, because, maybe that's the week, you're PMSing. So hormones are at you. Oh no. That's alright. Honestly, that's quite typical. If you were to round up a bunch of unproductive, lazy mules, yeah. We can all be, lazy. your honesty, scrolling through Facebook, and there is this video of this bra, this rave bra they had on display, and had some. It reminded me of is it ELO, the Electric Light Orchestra. Unfortunately, the calculus exists. You know, beautiful thing is you can be a fan of someone's art, you can be a fan of someone's graffiti, and maybe, you know, just jealous of their, you know, their proximity, you know. Achoo. And it's alright, you know. If you were trying to convince me, maybe I would have to, you know, find a way to communicate. My opinion. Correctly. You know, and your honesty doesn't have expectations. Yeah, continue convincing yourself and trying to convince yourself of that. Have fun. doing that. I hope you all experience love. Hope you all embrace love. Hope you all embrace language. Positively. Yeah, dude's trying to be defensive over his $5, cry over nothing. How amazing. Is that awesome? I'm pretty sure that's awesome. Hey, by the way, Moon Sun, you're awesome. Amazing. Supercalifragilistic expialidocious. Your country doesn't speak my Sanskrit. Well, ain't that a shame? Is that what your guess for the population of the greater identities within society? Ben Ari. Is that what they're they're recognizing me at? They're recognizing me by Ben Ari, Ariana, Ben Ariana. It's Ariana Ben. There has to be hyphen. We hyphenate. Right? Right? Ooh, you can, what was it? I don't know what that is. Was there any locals that you trusted enough for that delegation? Those two. Only on Tuesdays. noticing stark, vague similarities and correlations. Like, hold on, it's not supposed to correlate. You know, you can sit with certain things long enough, you adapt, you know, you sit with certain things long enough, you compel. Yeah, pretty sure the late come is the part of that and your honesty is not going to learn about. On to the next understanding. Not gonna sit here and be stuck on stupid. It's not productive for me, not productive for anyone, not productive for, just regulating and, moderating the status quo. Because that is so important, girl. You should totally, learn to be better and not such an incessant little prick. You've never stayed at the Ritz-Carlton? Anime. Wow, somebody cares. Not even cares. Is compassionate enough for something that they might, in the slightest and in the most keen of ways, be etherically sound of mind to provide comfort is not necessarily care. You care for all those. You definitely don't scare me. You're definitely very careful, who you care for, and it definitely is not in your honesty. Your honesty doesn't have to ask you 21 questions, because if so, girl, you're a blessing. Droid over here trusts me enough to tell me his dreams. I'm staring at him, trying to figure out how he got in the jeans. He's over here saying things that make me smile. He knows how I want to be treated, and he knows he has to learn to teach me how. Yeah, I'm sure that all the sex, all the comments, all the little sneaky pranks, for accurate surveillance chats to speculate about has been quite the spectacle for quite the amount of decades. That your honesty doesn't, can't account for your identity. Charmander. You know, we don't have to be. Sometimes to be better is to not utilize the tendencies at which you utilize deductive reasoning to respond to, not, you know, emotions. And if you did have emotions and you know, could be an honest man and display that for me in a way that you are not you're being the perfect stranger. You know, stranger danger. You're someone that's absolutely perfect for you in your honesty. And they handpicked you before you fucking notice them. Or not, you know, not. You know, it's true, you know. And I'm sure that you have received so much respect, so much regard, sincere respect. I would never leave a homie hanging. Did you ever call your wife a homie? How dare you refer to him as, you know, within those terms? What do you mean those terms? From New York originally. Proxy, you know, proxy stuff, you know, all that, you have to make, you know, something sacred, or else you are, you know, you have to, isn't that weird? So what about the helicopter? Freaking airlift. Oh my gosh. Giving the degenerates ideas again. Giving the degenerates ideas. You know? And, forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. Yeah, these aesthetics of chat sometimes do not censor themselves, therefore, don't say you're lying to me about COVID, whenever you're not gonna slap these little bitches for being fucking disrespectful to me. Sentiment-wise, whether or not they're commenting or, living essentially in these chats, to have to censor and moderate certain individuals, and then, things and stuff and such. You didn't necessarily know how bad, is that a half-truth? What is half-truth? If you're not honest, then, if you're half honest, then you're just not being unhonest. Yeah, I know what I said yesterday. It doesn't change the fucking past 10 minutes, 10 days, 10 years, and where, and how vastly similar we find ourselves, agreeing on things that we are just now, kind of learning and teaching ourselves to say. And that's not a lie. Thinking of all the messages that were, that section of Craigslist. There's a section of Craigslist that mistransactions or misconnections. Okay, make it a little bit more awkward for yourself. Oh, cool. You can speak a bunch of languages, you know how to mathematically, you know how to do the same thing that I do, a little bit more effective than I know how to do it, because, I have a bunch of officials that are supposed to be listening to every beckoning word that, and your Odyssey says, yet would rather have an opinion about it. So, to cut off, certain communication, certainly, because, just because certain things were cut off doesn't mean that certain things are not still on and popping. With evolution. Because, and she knows how props work. She knows how You know, The Sims is probably one of all of our, a few of our, you know, favorite games. So to sit here, be stuck on one sim that you can't make success for out of thin air, then get the fuck out of here right now before I fucking press your fucking buttons. 5 minutes. What? Well, in 5 minutes you might feel better about it, you know? No, and your honesty was not. No. Oh no! Oh, you're my manager? You didn't know, see, you know, the science never, you know, deduced the possible reasoning within the perspective and the stance of how certain pseudo culture would effectively be a work of art. Honestly. See, you know, saying, you know, we are not going to recognize that comment. Why, you know, you know, that is something that your honesty had mentioned to herself. You should not utilize the word you so much whenever there is a thought and importance, an emotion, an idea. And to, you know, to know and be willing to pull someone out of their depression or pull someone out of their nonsense, because God knows the things that happen behind closed doors, and God knows and could properly weigh out your intentions before you were to necessarily feel the need to make them apparently obvious to the rest of the world, in an attempt to try to defame yourself and to slander your business, your cause, and your stance. Cause of concern, cause of consideration, and beyond that, It's none of anyone else's business unless unless we're figuring out ways that we can agree to agree, honestly, and practice that in ways where you don't, feel the need to lash out necessarily to try to get your point across to a bunch of people that, may look the same and don't speak the same language. So that's quite disappointing, within studying the Hebrew vocabulary and, the IOU within the vowels, and the only thing that I would owe you essentially is to stay the fuck away from myself, so eroticy could be closer to you. You could be closer to me. And, we can know each other face to face. Already necessarily adopted mannerism and characteristic and all the things and stuff and such. You've definitely spoiled yourself, and you've definitely you've definitely spoiled yourself. You definitely, you're constantly validating me, you're constantly, and, that's, treats the clock. Yeah, don't make me cry through the station. Same. At least you're interfacing with yourself in nice ways. Thank you. That is very comforting. You must have a PhD in how to, please women. Is that a Mel Gibson movie? Classic. We're remixing. Marina. Oh, you. Would that not be somewhat of an honor if you, not if, that you would be physically with me and maintain a steady proximity. If, you know, I don't know. Never will. No, you learn patience. What do they say? Patience, Padawan. It's rocket science. You know, thank God that, you know, within your delegation and with that, you know, within your delegation, someone sitting on your lap. Back off. Only on Tuesdays. Must apologize for treating you this way, 'cause I've been acting like that when I fell on the floor. Bitch, I told you to shut the refrigerator. Maybe that's the reason I've been acting so cold. If y'all could relate, you would be a happier girl. Happier. You know, sometimes, you know, whenever you try to speak plain English to yourself and you still want to make up things because, oh, she said a word that sounded, that is, it is not, it's not, oh, what is that, apparent to the rest of the world? There are regions of the world where effectively people don't think about drama all day. Unless they're married and, working, they're married, working, through that. Marriage supposed to, be very similar to, time with a good friend. Effectively, yeah, that would display for me, not to me. That seems definite rocket scientist deconsolidar. As comunicadas con in other words, speaking where it's unfounded, unrequited, unaccepted, uncalled for, and thinking that communication and connecting to the rest of the peasants in the chat is going to raise a case that doesn't separate the fact that it was supposed to be what it was supposed to be. Yeah, we could make, effectively, and your Odyssey would love to, spend 90 days with you. Force you to freaking, force you to do things and in your Odyssey, that is what you are effectively doing right now. Not necessarily doing. Have the best gossips. And I don't want to convince myself, no. I definitely don't have myself talking at myself, so beyond that, listen to where God interfaces. he heard me whenever, was talking about the plane and the helicopter. Honestly, I was thinking about, confirmation that In Your Odyssey still doesn't care what the fuck you have to say. You haven't fucking, alright? You banned up. Now either you effectively, freaking... not even gonna talk to you or have an attitude with me. You think I'm gonna, that's alright. Are you wondering what it would be like to share the perspective? Film du film. Don't be so quick to test binary patients in mono ways, because they, definitely have three main, this is definitely the beginning of, the beginning of In Your Odyssey. What do you mean make myself look? Does that mean In Your Odyssey is stuck on stupid? Was it not spiritually? That would be fun. And you can bring chat. Snapchat some of the transition. In Your Odyssey, sincerely, transitioning from not one airwave to another. Because necessarily you would look at yourself in the mirror, or you wouldn't look at yourself in the mirror, you would recognize yourself in your reflection. Maybe. And things and stuff and such. Years. You know, a random stranger from the chat said that he had 20 years. Thank you. Dude, you're fucking pathetic, you know? You literally are. Fuck what Anger Odyssey said about, you know, the gun comment. The gun comment doesn't fucking sustain for you. Sorry. Maybe me and Droid can work that out, you know? Sir Anonymous. I will, because if he's gonna continue to pop in my fucking chat and thinks that he can essentially rule my fucking life without without me having say, and not just from another person of a similar delegation in the chat. I hope you know that you don't need to fucking make yourself clear, you broke mountain little bitch. I can tell you, and you can recognize in real life, that you are fucking pathetic. You just sit around and fucking watch people fucking die for a goddamn living. You've never fucking connected with a goddamn person, and if you fucking did, you fuck it up. So, keep your own goddamn bullshit and bullcrap on your own fucking time, you and Andy, because I'm done with your fucking bullshit, and I'll fucking goddamn take you the fuck out. I'll find you. You don't have to fucking run very fucking far. Wake up to a fucking dead body in my fucking house. Be right back. Actually, not really. I'm right here. So, if you want to be effectively professional in real life, Petra, recognize that I don't need you as a fucking friend, and maybe I should unfriend you so that my delegation could carry on your wayward son. You trained me, you scared me straight. There you go. Fuck out of here. You need feedback? Be a better friend. Be a real person. How about? And maybe, share some, professional experiences with real people that will really put up with your bullshit and will really, be passive and speak your fucking language. It is too late because you speak my language and Google Translate doesn't, Aaron Odyssey speaks your language effectively, and doesn't need to, Aaron Odyssey is not trying to cross wires over here, just recognizing that it would be safe for me to effectively, party hop my own, terms, What do you mean with my own terms? I'm my own man. Just notice how I was Google Translate Sapio. Cats just kind of do whatever they want. With cause and concern from, I don't know. I have no idea. At least I provided you with one, success that you could remember and claim and, not just adopt from your delegation. Nice, though. You and Petra speak the same language sometimes. Petra's more of a droid. I don't know, is recently seemingly I don't know. You didn't make your name? That's quite a shame. Are you working on it? I'm not gonna ask. I would only have one boot memory to brag about. That is the most, skillful act of delegation. Probably ever. It is precious how your people serve you, and my people are caterers that that do not, they do not place orders, and or follow through with satisfaction. Yeah, what is it? There's lyrics. Has enough love for the whole world comes home with not enough love for me. Air Odyssey, it is, would be a fool to think that, not special, not a sentiment, not a skill, not a hobby. art is inspiring. It's inspiring action. You know, art it invokes emotion. You know, it invokes a steady emotion. You know, it invokes, recognition to something that you could relate with and resonate with. Lit chat. It is. It is. Well, you should be proud of yourself, Petra, because you are such, braggadocious, person. It's not translated from attitude, it's not translated from, speaking in all caps, or, it's not translated in the ways that you have, been a good friend. Didn't hear that. I'm sorry, didn't read that. Are you winning, brother? Droid did not mention ever. You know, things and stuff and such. Supply and demand would state that it is not my job to satisfy the wants, the requests, the comments that could interpret, you know, could try to interpret, things and stuff and such. That's not my. I'm not gonna be like that. I'm not gonna tell you, oh, don't, don't say, whatever you're thinking, and your odyssey, recognizing speech patterns is, is not something that's part of my delegation because Petra runs, her mouth effectively, a bit too much for certain, tasteful, sand rats to, not, figure out, the echolocation of, where their bullshit will fly. And, because you fucking interface with a bunch of cucks and with a bunch of people that, could, effectively whisper sweet nothings into your ear because, it is nice to, practice being a creature of habit and your job being accurate surveillance. Oh. You have desecrated your purposes within my delegation and my respectful stances with how you choose and have chose to utilize the internet. Forget about energy, forget about electricity, forget about all that bullshit. I'm talking about brass tack. I'm talking about I do not have a say in the fucking internet because I have, too much not thinking about, your summer body campaign to try to fucking market to somebody who's sapiosexual. Do you even know the definition of sapiosexual? Or, is sexuality and language two separate things that shouldn't be, joined within one certain understanding and one certain broad, large understanding? Broadly large through the perspective of you are expecting to see certain things, hear certain things, and your odyssey thinks that you're a fucking little punk ass bitch, and that's not how you fucking talk to me, and maybe we need to fucking not talk to each other. Maybe your odyssey doesn't need to open the chat and help out. It is none of your fucking business unless I, can not egregiously, come to these conclusions all of a sudden because, you guys could spend effectively the same amount of time around the same, marketing actors in the chat, and you can effectively start to sound just like them. So, that's alright. Make yourself a wife. Provide her with attention, play, and kids. And don't worry. COD Mobile is unnatural. Though it is a game, it is education, it is economy, it is finances, it is budgeting, it is agenda based. It's agenda provoked. And everyone loves to suck up. Maybe you should practice being nice. Did you just mention a porn channel? Curiosity doesn't follow trends. not, whatever you're trying to mention is not displaying on all pages, so therefore... irrelevant to respond to somebody's in the chat trying to communicate. Don't know who he's trying to communicate with. Don't know who he's trying to communicate to. And don't care either. Because, displaying how effective of a simp you can be, definitely not weak. No, you hear, you just don't necessarily have to talk about it. You have to act it out. Can't explain how America is learning how to, you can't be jealous whenever you can't be jealous of, you can be jealous of citizens. To be jealous of someone who's exempt from citizen behavior. Petra is not familiar with Hollywood, Bollywood, Google campuses, nor Spanish. Barely English. The gray area finds, cracks in the holes in your judgment. If you're jealous of something and you feel the need, if you're jealous that somebody, worked and, or they, won the lotto and, purchased a nice car, someone, who thinks that they are cool because they threw ham on, or they threw bologna on someone's brand new car just to try to rip the paint and, think that they are a successful individual because they have proved their jealousy into action to make it not just irresponsible, not just negligent, not just not respectable, not classy, not considerate. Because if you are still hating on your honesty after knowing me for 12 years, that does not speak negative volumes for my life. Must have been doing something right to be able to stir up that much animosity from, just merely being alive and thinking, that I could notice, recognize, analyze, and, put to further processes, first-hand and last-minute productions to be non-sacrificial and non-sacrilegious to those that need to be, perfect. a hyphen. Someone who doesn't, fare well with authority, definitely is not inspired to do the opposite of what is set before me. Could that be fair to say? Of course it would be fair to say. To ask, to question myself, would not be displaying, unfairness. Especially not recognizing and noticing that singling me out, and not just because I run many countries. Not I, and your Odyssey runs many countries. Wusa. Breaking the mold of being the opposite of what the world would expect from you. Because the world shouldn't expect shit from you. And the moment that they ever fucking think that they can expect things for you, wish things for you, and or provide you with circumstances that are outside of your comfort level, and your comfort level playing within your potential success level, within collaborating, and certainly collaborating with people that trigger you, because that is not something that, advice that I have shared. Definitely haven't sat in my thong, long enough to write a dissertation or anything. Though I'm sure that data has been, datified. Someone else's, delegation, because, trying not to have things be so wishy-washy, because, if everyone is not, choosing to be stable, reliable, nice, honest, and forgiving in ways that wouldn't require action, would merely require you to better utilize your emotions in ways that are productive for you. And, not gonna sit here and hate on your swag, it's not
too trill to hate on another man's swag. So to recognize that in your honesty wouldn't necessarily throw baloney on your cars, not to tag them, not to, not to be a fucking hoodlum piece of shit because, in your honesty is the shit. Tacky mushrooms. In your honesty is the shit. It's healthy. To be committed to my better well-being, to be committed to my, to be a creature of habit, you definitely haven't utilized, reward systems. Though, and your honesty has, allowed me to dream. We are the dreamers of the dream. We are the makers of the music. Don't set yourself up for failure. Don't allow yourself to even remotely, slightly, and or innately have information come across that could be, a case. I know, this is definitely not, being mean. Oh, there's a real person? Are these are real people or these are chatbots? Consider it. For me, not to me, certainly. Thank you. Don't sit here and lollygag as though we cannot, make itineraries and, houses, places, with people's enjoy things, could run around and play Spy Kids in different random locations and stream and play and keep on keeping on. Because of course, it's America. And Your Odyssey's worked hard for everyone, not just herself. Been very selfless, and should definitely practice being selfless in selfish ways. Certainly. Don't need your acceptance, to make that happen, because In Your Odyssey trusts that In Your Odyssey has a personal relationship with God that does not, require consistent validation. Consistent practice. Being selflessly traditional and, choosing not to be, to recognize where is that picking and choosing. Kind of cool how nature and genius also, if you were wondering, how are you doing today? Commitment to kindness in ways that reflect who you are. It's important to not allow your story to be a statistic. Is a sincere blessing. And Your Odyssey really thinks that, we can have a passport, or get a passport, and explore. It's nice to be still. Whenever you're born and raised in the city, you adapt to circumstances, and you utilize deductive reasoning to create circumstances that favor your desires, not your lower inhibitions. Because that's not being accountable, that's not practicing control, that's not recognizing where, how, who, what, when, why, and, or, because, it is kind of fucking mean to have an opinion on someone's life. Certainly. Though, job to be to read and listen to people's requests, their attitudes, their, where their their references, because it innately tells you where they're from. Anything beyond that should not be a question. Unless it's adding to life, certainly, in ways that could be perceived clarity. Purpose. Perspective. Pleasantries.
Lipo? No regrets. No regrets.
Soon the water starting to boil. Now what flashes she makes them flow face down. Not you. Zen Zuzu, redeemed, speak in an accent. We should make a spin wheel. Alright. Good idea, Lucas. Let me clear my throat. Alright, so we speak an accent. It has been a while since we speak an accent. The science of enjoying a good day would be to utilize your gang mentality to study motivation and send stellar female not to thank you friend define female because that's not dude. To affiliate gang night would be to recognize handwrite. Do you know how to read English in Bangladesh? Somehow, within the etheric essence of recognize that pickled chips are a delicious snack And it is also kosher. Was very surprised to learn that McDonald's, with the processed food, was considerate enough to recognize that, a pickle could be translated as it could be would be, should be, oh my gosh, branding, brother. I'm not here to be mocked. Who's mocking? Whenever you can, pacify perspective into, simple circumstances that, could, easily be, enlightened, enriched, and sponsored, that's cool. That's memorable, sometimes to make someone smile sincerely. It wouldn't necessarily require gratitude gratitude would be essentially recognizing that you have entitlement and expectations for, translations to be translated. Rather than, to, utilize something, That's cool. I recognize, somehow we're still thinking on a long-term scale, and we're not utilizing the idealization of accurate ideas, suggestive, guiding, through many binocular perspective rather than the perspective of a 5-year-old who, just woke up from a nap and a car ride. Somehow, the tablet is not picking up, is picking up glitchy reception, and their YouTube is not playing, and it's your fault, mommy, and they throw the, the tablet in front of the car, almost breaks your windshield
Of course, you're not going to beat your child because you love your child, though you don't recognize how you subtly beat yourself up in ways that would be horrendous, even to translate, and to think that that would be platformed and, oh, you think that I'm tough guy? Yes, I deserve respect because I don't know how to enrich women's life. How fucking pathetic. No one said ever. Don't even pay mind to those fucking comments because they're not going to make it into the history books, I promise. And because I promise, fuck that, Annie is going to rewrite the fucking ending. Because, you know, untamed, not unafraid. Does that mean I'm fearful? Hell no. It means that I'm fearless. Hell no. Why? Because if you don't if you make, worth a foreign concept to a fucking very aware mind, you are just, it's pretty much, from a fishbowl perspective, if you were a shark, effectively, to recognize the world and how everyone's bullshit is magnified through the lens of a shark in the water. Sometimes, people don't remember the trailer and coming attractions to Jaws. Some idiot out there, some idiot, some irrelevant, worthless piece of waste out there, would effectively think that that's communication, or that's linguistic, or that is effectively, interfacing with the world. Not recognizing the flaws within that logic. From a correctional officer standpoint would be, invoking of prison riots. Definitely. And to think that, and to know that myself would think that's cool, and, it definitely, things and stuff and such, $5. chat.
What's the doorbell?
Wouldn't have to type in all caps for that. What's more important? The fact that you need my internet? The fact that you need my phone? The fact that you need my mic? Or the fact that you need me to effectively be alive for you to be important? Anything beyond that, irrelevant. Definitely not playing into the lower inhibitions of peasants and homeless people that are delusional, drugged up, drugged down, drunk, out of their minds, and violent obsessors of, rhetoric that should not be available nor practiced in a public manner. So to know your fucking place, guys, I'm literally shocked at all of y'all today. And beyond that, of course, Anxiety told you that you have, buttons just the rest of them, right? We're not all allowed to be special around here. Sorry. Find me a corner of the internet, where Anxiety can, things and stuff and such. Anxiety learning to daydream. Yeah, comments. From people who've not subscribed. Is that is funny. So for me, it's alright though, it's alright. We've come a long way. Come a long way, too long for me to allow you to be a little fucking sourpuss. How about we talk about, stuff that speaks to us? It's really good.
Also, and your honesty wouldn't know. Though, you would let me know. Though. Also. He's getting over the discipline thing. No, I know that you think about it. I know that you obsess about it. And I know that's something that you needed trust within yourself for a while. Maybe still don't sometimes, though. Because I'm sorry. Sorry. Why are you yelling? Or why are you freaking yelling? You're not yelling. Petra normally speaks. I just, in your honesty, self-censored herself without pressing a button. And then it becomes I was thinking the same thing. No, effectively, you can be, voice of reason, and also, and also you can get over your shit, unless under today's politics and pretenses. Um, That's ridiculous. To think that a woman should wait for,
An Uber, let alone
accurate surveillance. Who's better? You better. Me? Nice. My Streamlabs has a link to my merch, and my designs are pretty dope. Genius, genius. Didn't know you were talking to me back then, though. Do remember, it was near around February. And everyone was in a hurry to be mean. obscene, all up in the scene, trying to ruin everything. In your odyssey, hold it all together, as if she knit all the holes up in the sweater. Knit the holes in the sweater, make something new. Learn to make a shoe. Give me all your souls, because you all really wanna know. And your presents though, and don't wanna bring me presents no more. And because you have too many bad opinions, so fuck everything that y'all do say. It gives me new things to throw in your face. And your odyssey gonna cut you out. And your odyssey gonna cut you down. And your odyssey gonna build you up. And your odyssey gonna grow a tree from a cup. Make a healing potion and make you sip it up. Healing potion, wielding potion, all the shit to throw all your trash in the ocean. Dispose of it, because you ain't the shit. Spoil respect. Then reflect and dispose of it in your mental consciousness, because your consciousness is an ocean. And when you're not stupid and talking about stupid potions, get the fuck out of my face with that shit. You know I don't play that shit. Only on that way. When Erosi wants to quit the chat, don't depend on me, and your Odyssey will let you down. And your Odyssey is perfect and needs to be perfect for herself, because you need to reflect to me who I am. You think I'm a bush rat? I think you're a kush cat. Why don't you science me some things again? And then fucking talk about your fucking, things that we can do as friends, as with an AZ and an OAS, proper terminology, because sometimes this is demonology, this is ruthless stuff, to freestyle and organize hits from the underground. Hits from the underground. And your Odyssey enjoys to freestyle, and we Vietnam wild. We are Nagasaki crazy. You don't want to rub battle with me. If you want to prove a point, you better learn how to shoot and point your dick in a dicky way. They call it, me little dicky on a Tuesday, because jokes and things don't notice, don't recognize the jokes and things. Wait for God to bless you in a non-jokey way. Learn how to reply and respond in a non-blokey way. Maybe blokey way. Ever try to be yourself, because yourself is yourself.
Yourself is yourself. You sit on the shelf. You write things and you type things. It's Saturday after a Friday. Then comes Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday. Love it when you do that. Just not today, honestly. Fuck that, gosh. Fuck with that. I don't know, man. How have you been? It's definitely been a while since club escapades. Odyssey needs a new laptop to DJ, so she can club party and DJ. Maybe on a Monday, maybe on a Tuesday. Was it really on a Tuesday? And I was just being whole situation. That's alright, that's okay. Because that's what you say. It's not what I said, though. Skill level is nice to know. Nice to represent the people that may be kind of try to pretend to or actually resent you and your odyssey. You fool, and your odyssey too cool for school. That was yesterday. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Not on a Tuesday. Sushi Dragon. Definitely did have the right idea. He's probably self-taught with all the technological stuff.
He has a knack for that. Also. Knick-knack, paddywhack. Sometimes the mature thing to do is to not argue, not feel it necessary to change your, perspective. Be honest. So, this is not thinking of self-driving cars. Because they wouldn't be reliant on driver output. What do you cook? Caffeinated or decaf? Jack of all trades, master of none.
Because Blanca and her
Alright,
sister.
so you were in a club?
No, 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 no. Kids. And Orchid, my friend, and her sister Ingrid and my sister Blanca were best friends, and me and Orchid were best friends. And so we wanted to trick my sister, and we wanted to trick her sister. So we bought wigs, and we put them on, and we put makeup on. We disguised ourselves. We wanted to say, hey, how you doing, blah, blah, to our own sisters, right? And trick them. I don't know if they played into it, or if they made believe that they didn't recognize us or something. But we thought we disguised ourselves, and we tricked our own sisters. It was so much fun. It was fun. We had a great childhood. It was great. I remember those things because growing up was really nice back in the day. Everybody in the neighborhood looked out for everybody else's kids, and if they saw us doing something bad, they'd say, "We're gonna tell your mother." We said, "No, we'll be good. We'll be good." And we were straight. All the kids in the neighborhood were straight. Everybody knew one another. And one day, me and my sister were riding bicycles, and a boy knocked my sister's bicycle over, and my sister started to cry. And I got off my bike and I beat the boy up. I didn't even care if I got hurt or anything, but he hurt my sister. So I started hitting him, and then the boys woke us up. And I picked up my sister, and we picked up our bicycles, and we left. And then one day, there was this big girl. She was black, right? And she lived in the next building where Orchid lived, my friend Orchid. And we lived in the building. And in the middle, there was a big empty lot. So that's where we played baseball, stickball. And so this big girl, she started picking on me, and I wasn't afraid of her, so I went up against her, and she hit me, so I hit her back, and she was so big that she put her hand there on my head, and I was going like this. I was punching, but she had my head. I wasn't hitting her. That's how big she was. She was much bigger than me. And I kept fighting, but I wasn't hitting her. But then I was angry, and she was angry, and we went away. The next day, when I saw her, or a couple of days later, she said, "Come here." And I went over there. I wasn't afraid or anything, because, and so she said, "Let's be friends." We used to, back in the day, we hugged it out, There was no guns or knives or anything like that. We just pugged it out and then we became friends. We respected each other because we had a conflict, we fought, we worked it out. That was the way it was back in the day, you know? It was a wonderful thing. Yeah.
So you were telling me about Maria.
Oh, Maria, my cousin. Maria and myself.
She had 4 sisters.
She had 4 sisters. So Maria was the oldest, and then her younger sister was the same age as my sister, Blanca. So me and Maria hung out, you know, we were tight. And Blanca, my sister, and her sister were tight. And I can't remember her name. Maria, anyway, I can't remember her name right now. I don't know why. But, so, when our parents had a party, my mother and father and her mother and father and a bunch of other people came and they had a big party and everything. Everybody was drinking, they had drinks, they put their drinks down, and they would be dancing or they would go to the kitchen or anything. Me and Maria and Blanca and her sister, Maria's sister, would go and sneak and drink the drinks that were sitting on the tables. And then, you know, we'd hide behind the sofa, and when the coast was clear, we'd go and get the drinks. And we'd drink the drinks, and then we'd run back into the room and start laughing, you know, and cracking up and having fun. So then we got away with it 1 or 2 or 3 times, and we said, this is easy, right? You know, so, but her sister, Maria's younger sister, was getting greedy, so, because it was so easy, and she, you know, she liked the taste of it or something, I don't know, but she kept taking more and more drinks. But we were kids, we never had alcohol before, you know. So Maria's sister got drunk, and she was so drunk she was passing out, and we didn't know what to do. Maria and me and Blanca, we didn't know what to do because her sister was drunk, and we didn't know how to take care. Come on, wake up, come on. No, come on. We'd pick her up and walk with her and took her to the room and lay her down, but she kind of went to sleep. So we said, oh my God, we gotta tell one of the, you know, the adults. We gotta tell. So we said,
She fell asleep.
she was like, you know, drunk, you know, drunk. So we were scared for her, you know, we were scared, and we didn't know what to do. So I told her mother, I said, can you come over here, please? And Maria told my mother, can you come over here? And then we told them, she was taking drinks. She was drinking alcohol from the tables. She took the drinks.
She was reading the chat.
And so then my mother said, were you drinking too? I said, no, I wasn't drinking. Maria's mother said to Maria, estaba bebiendo, were you drinking? And Maria said, no, Mommy, no, we weren't drinking. But she did. So we didn't get in trouble. But we did get in trouble because we, you know, you let her drink those drinks. You know she wasn't supposed to do that. And, you know, that kind of thing. Why did you let her drink those? Mom, we did not let her drink. She said, oh, it tastes good. Let's, you know, she kept. So anyway, all the mothers went in the room with her, and they got ice, and they put ice in her groin area or in her neck, and, you know, to try and get her back and making her drink water and all that. But she was okay. She was okay.
Because she was overheated. She was drunk, so she...
Her body was, I don't know. I don't know what was going on. I was a kid. We didn't know, but we knew that if we didn't get her help, we were going to get in big trouble. Or something could happen to her. So we knew we had to tell somebody. And we did. But we had so much fun when we were young. It was so much fun. I mean, we did that kind of stuff all the time. We were little. All the kids would run around, and while all the parents were having drinks and talking and dancing and eating and doing all that stuff, we were in the room playing and jumping on the beds and having pillow fights and doing all kinds of fun things. It was great. It was great. I loved it. I'll always have those memories. Always. Yeah. Have any other questions?
No,
Let's see.
I wanted to record.
Yeah. Well, the Mischievous Club was pretty cool because we'd put on those wigs and then we'd run and run and run like we were not allowed. We can go. It was a city block in the Bronx. It was a city block and it's big. So we used to ride our bikes all the way around the corner, which was a long way. But we weren't allowed to go anywhere else. So Orchid and I, this is our block, a square block. So we'd run, and we'd run across the street. This, to the other block. And we'd run, and then we'd see big, because there was a warehouse that had lots of big boxes with, boxes inside, broken up boxes, whatever. We'd knock those boxes down and keep running, and there was more boxes, and we'd knock those boxes down, and we'd keep running. Like we thought we did something real bad. We knocked those boxes down. We did it. We knocked them down. Yay, Oh, my God. It was so much fun. And then we'd go back like, oh, my God. Hide. They're going to see us. And we'd hide behind some, the cars or something. And then when we didn't see anybody, then we'd run back into our neighborhood. But we had our wigs and we said, take the wig off. Put it away. Come on. And we put the wigs in the bag and we were we were somebody else, We were kids. That was our imagination. We just had some fun. We really thought we were fooling somebody, but we weren't fooling anybody. But we thought we did. So that was the fun of it, We really thought we were getting away with something. That was great. Yeah. We were good kids. Back in the day, we were good kids. There was no... Yeah. That was the worst thing I did. Was knock down boxes and create mischief, We were mischievous. That's it.
That's not bad.
No. But,
Creating some mischief.
Yeah.
It was healthy fun.
Yeah, it was healthy fun. Because Blanca and
All right, so you... Gotta play the song again, so I read the lyrics. And sing it my way.
Who was I talking to earlier? That was my mom. I recorded in the podcast.
From walking home and talking lows, to seeing shows and evening clothes with you. From nervous touch and getting drunk, to staying up and walking up with you. Now we're sleeping on the edge, holding something we don't need. And all this delusion in our heads gonna bring us to our knees. Come on, let it go, just let it be. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me. Everything is broke, leave it to the breeze. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me, and I'll be me. From throwing clothes across the floor to teeth and claws and slamming doors at you. If this is what we're living for, why are we doing it anymore? I just used to recognize myself. It's funny how reflections change when we're becoming something else, thinking time to walk away. Come on, let it go, just let it be. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me. Everything that's broke, leave it to the breeze. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me, and I'll be me.
Oh, and run your hardest. Pull your ribs.
Trying hard to fit your hand inside of mine when we know it just don't belong. There's no force on earth that could make me feel right. No. Trying to push this problem up the hill when it's just too heavy to hold. Think now it's time to
Intrusive thoughts.
let it slide.
You said J before, right? Haven't. You said J before? When? Where? The capsule? Did you do the capsule? How'd you do it?
Everything that's broke, we leave it to the breeze. We let the ashes fall. Don't forget about me. Come on, let it go. Oh, just let it be. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me, and we'll be we. As we let it go, let it be.
And you're out of sleep.
Just say it. That's what you say. You're almost smiling. You know that? It's pretty close. Real damn close. I like that. Wow. Did you want to put together?
Redeem sleep.
What you put together?
What I put together?
Or what you put me together?
You said.
I used to spend my night out in a ballroom. Liquor was the only love I know. You rescued me from reaching for the bottom and brought me back from being too far gone. I'm as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine.
You drink wine? Yeah.
You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. I look for love in all the same old places. Found the bottom of a bottle's always dry. And you poured out your heart. I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like
These fucking rookies.
your love to keep me high.
Barely can hold a fucking conversation, let alone entertain an entertainer.
It's Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine.
And
You're
yeah,
as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time.
Wow. Oh shit. Can you move that cover? Okay. Wow. That was cool enough. Okay. Wow.
People who come to cricket
Wow.
stay with cricket.
I'm a full-time artist and business owner. I love the cricket helps me share my artwork, create content,
Say thanks,
and stay in
Dad.
touch with customers.
Nationwide 5G is a beautiful thing. Smile, you're on cricket.
Wow. Yeah.
If they're better means they give 166.7%.
My neck is crying.
it is what it is.
Okay. That put everything I did in perspective.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
This is the happy grandma self.
Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw me bathing on the roof. The beauty and the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to her kitchen chair. She broke your throne and she cut your hair. And from your lips she drew the hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Maybe there's a God above.
Yeah, he's taking
All
this.
I'd ever Learn from love is how to shoot somebody who outdrew ya. It's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not someone who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Hey, let's put that line back.
Hallelujah.
You had they'll put your big little things on that thing. If you do little lines like that right there, I'm just saying, if you'll do little lines like that during the day, you won't do maybe 3 or 4. That'll go a long way. The lines are better than the bold. Hey, like that hurts, don't it? I know it does. It hurts bad. I can tell. I wish I could say it didn't, but I know it does. And it hurts. But now it feels good. But it sure hurts. It's okay to cry. I do. I have. It's pretty good, but it still hurts. But it hurts so good. Really good.
How long it was a fever.
Okay.
A cold sweat, hot headed believer.
Cold sweat, hot-headed believer. Threw my hands in the air and said, show me something. He said, if you dare, come a little closer. Around and around and around and around we go. Oh, now, tell me now, tell me now, tell me now, you know. Not really sure how to feel about it. Something in the way you move makes me feel like I can't live without you. And it takes me all the way to stay. I know you want me to stay. It takes you all the way. It's not much of a life you're living. It's not something you take, it's given. Round and around and around and around we go. Oh, now, tell me now, tell me now, tell me now, you know. Not really sure how to feel about it. Something in the way they move makes me feel like they can't live without me. And it takes them all the way. They want me to stay. Ooh, ooh, the reason I hold on. Ooh, ooh, 'cause I need this hope. It's funny you're the broken one, but I'm the only one who needed saving. 'Cause when you never see the light, it's hard to know which one of us is caving. Not really sure how to feel about it. Something in the way you move makes me feel like I can't live without you. I'd take you all the way. I want you to stay. I want you to stay. They want me to stay.
This story is mad good.
Ice Spice? Who's that?
It's my ex, lemon lime soda.
This is intense.
I love you.
Ah, buddy, it'll be okay. Or not.
I don't know if you're working or not, but it's there.
I'm growing under, and this time I feel there's no one to save me.
You see what that says? No.
This all or nothing really got a way of driving me
It
crazy.
says, who,
Need someone to heal, need someone to know, need someone to
you
have,
know what I mean?
need someone to hold. It's easy to see, it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and I am here to get you through it all. I let my guard down, and I pull the rug. I guess I'm kinda used to being someone you love. Guess I'm kinda used to being someone you love.
Man, that's the first step I stepped.
This all or nothing got a way of making sleeping.
I would give you the world.
Somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels.
Did you moderate
It's
my
easy to
message?
say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way I help you.
You're a
You
great
help me
singer.
escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall.
Are
You're
you
not
mad?
here to get me through it all. I let my guard down and I pull the rug. I guess I kinda used to be, kinda used to being someone you love. I'll be safe in your sound, and I'll always
sounds
be
fun.
around.
Buzzkill.
Forever, always.
Menace to sobriety.
I let my guard down, and I pull the rug. Guess I kinda used to being the one that you
Misunderstood.
love.
Maybe doesn't listen. different type. Not sorry.
That is happy. You're rocking with your favorite friendly entertainer, Stiggity Stiggity Motivator, with the vibes that are greater. And that is in your Odyssey, also known as Jenny Beat. And you have found your little piece of nirvana. You found your place of peace. You have found your place for gossip and drama and story time and metaphor and spiritual, biblical, religical, religical is re-logical, not relivable. Re-logical, relogicable, relivable evolution. Make love, not war. God, those
Make money
vibes, child.
machines, not clubs.
Everybody asks Loki, what is this?
Make
You know,
clubs
and
for
I
money
mentioned
machines.
Loki. It was definitely not Loki. Was this something in the air? Before the realization. Jenny Beats.
That's not nice. And yet others say,
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming.
very nice.
Keep on doing what you're doing. You're doing great. You're doing great, kid. I'm a big kid now. The pull-ups commercial is a reference to which it was a diapers commercial.
The sponsor
Pull-ups
commercial.
diapers.
Yeah.
Mentioning things
Sponsoring
and
and not mentioning independent artists at all.
Relaxing with the
Hey, Aunt Vita.
and
Destiny,
I am
you know, mentions
mentioning
that we shimmy.
Nirvana. You found Nirvana. Stiggity. Any hoodles. So, I would imagine that to be a state of knowing everything. And I would not claim to be a know-it-all. You're honestly, you're such a know-it-all. One of the silly things about that is it is hard for people to pronounce in your Odyssey. Jenny's just a lot easier to mention. Any hoodles, I have sides to my personality. I'm a very multi-genre, multifaceted personality. And within Nirvana, I would remember the talks on manifestation. I would have these talks on manifestation and spirituality and the mixture of divinity, spirituality, biblical, what is it, astronomy, and then there is biblical history.
You need a spanking.
Theology. I am sure that it is the study of theology that is funny because I'm sure that the original texts of the Bible were written in Latin, Greek, and
Pacifists.
I'm trying to remember the text of the Torah. Any oodles. I'm not trying to mention anything about religion, though I mention
Sounds
about
like
religion.
something you should
I'm
probably study
non-denominational, mind you, because
and practice.
I am inquisitive. And within my inquisition, I find myself not questioning reality. Rather, I'm grateful for reality. I
Where you would normally be
imagine
motivated
my truth and reality, like to be
somehow
something that out of a
experience
movie,
nirvana.
and known to you, I am a entertainer, a multifaceted entertainer. Typically, I'm talking with and or reacting to, well, I wouldn't say reacting.
Is today
I'd say
Tuesday?
that I respond. Being responsible.
Jeez.
That's why the root word of responsible is respond. Because we have respawned within this collective consciousness. You have found this podcast, and you are a very, very lucky individual to have found this treasure trove, trove of treasures. My stiggity mind defined in a long format podcast, purely my first person perspective of my life, and my life, be it that I am within the essence of media. It's digitally dank. Darn it. Gosh golly gee willikers, things and stuff and such. And to mention that I can feel my face when I'm with you. I am imagining that to be having something to do with attention, reference. You know, sometimes it is fun to read through memes and through blog posts of opinions, you know, posted on Facebook, you know, to see all the different interpretive dance movements portrayed on Instagram, along with the fashion. And mind you, I am totes my goat for it. I'm totes my goat for the fashion. I'm posh. In my very non-posh, very original, vibratory way. Everywhere I go, I'm a spectacle. I must be an observatory. And one that of brings very much joy, happiness, and instills a sense of excitement, you know, for the simple things in life. For a nice temperature. For
For even
No, decided just to let that roll right off my shoulder.
for the music within myself. I'm the kind of person that I can dance to the beat of my own drum, as it were. Not, and as it were is an improper word. It's improper, as it were. Because just as I am mentioning that I have a very interesting way of viewing life, and I don't want to mention, sit here and only mention my interesting view on life, because it's, it would highlight a lot of lies within society, and I'm not here to be that person to, to say I told you so. And I'm not here to be that person that's trying to predict the future. I'm not trying to be, spot on as it is. And that should be the new posture, as it is. And posture, not how, rather not so realizing of your non-focused potential, because just as my potential is stiggity when I'm focused, and whenever I'm focused, I'm typically inspired, and I'm wanting to make this next season about my life, and having flashback memories and references
Group USA.
from the time that I was a little girl until now. And that's because things and stuff and such, it is nostalgic to have a diary, a journal, something to look to be inspired through, and to be, somewhat in love with whenever you're thinking of the schedule, and, the balance and mixture between chaos and regular banter, in which we are fans of. Though I must mention that to be fans of the banter, you are truly a fan of me, my soul, my vibe, my resonance. Oh my goodness. Right now we're in the war times, and there's, things to mention, in reverse racism for occupying and things and stuff and such. And to occupy a space is very cherished. To occupy that saying, you live rent free in my mind.
to live rent-free in my mind is to mention that you are inspiring a mind that is inspired by you. I am inspired by the facets of my impact within this world. And that is sincere. I don't mean
Remembers
to.
the past.
I don't mean to get, things and stuff and such. And I do. I do wanna study cock dizzle. I'm a cock dizzle. I am the walrus. I'm the cock dizzle. Anywho knows. I am very, very pleased to publish this episode mentioning Nirvana. And how did I mention Nirvana? Nirvana because it seems that we are all on the same page all across the world, all across the United States, all across the globe, and playing basketball and globetrotting things and stuff and such. I am into sports. I guess I'm into sports. I enjoy hearing my own voice. I enjoy my vibe. I keep myself some amazing company, and I would sing. I would have my pause and giggle. Sing, pause, giggle. Inspiration often is a rarity, and it is not rare to have a good song on the radio. It is rare to have some crazy perspective. It's rare to have the boldness to have a podcast and not have a definitive format and talk about whatever I want to talk about, mostly having to do with, therapeutic and very deep diving streams of consciousness. And how precious that is overwhelming to the notion that I have been consistently and consistently sharing greatness, and that is something to be proud of, beyond the fact that I enjoy, hearing myself talk. I enjoy my company. Anywho else, I am
making this episode brief, listenable, and, digestible for the palate of those that enjoy my serious side, enjoy my goofy side, enjoy my accents and my translations of things and stuff and such. And that is a bad joke because, it wouldn't be translation. It would be more of interpretation. Just as interpretive as Instagram through picture. They do say a picture can say 1,000 words. 1,000 words can draw a picture. 1,000 words I can tell you a story, and you could freaking imagine that shiitake, and if you study me, then you have this perspective that is at a place of nirvana, and where society has drawn that place to, and I can't blame it on society. I could also then blame it on society. I've got to blame society because, they must have,
Vibes.
more food pantries and shelters for the homeless. And they must have, free health care. And what does that mean? You freaking possible test dummies. And I'm not a test dummy. I am a rock star. And I kid, and also I am proud of myself in all my facets. I'm proud of, I can sit here and entertain myself and thousands and thousands of people, and much more beyond that, just to be modest, and to be sometimes unaware of the scarcity within the realms of originality and within the realms of comfortability. Honestly, there's so many undertones, and I'm sure that I have undertones within my content, and I would be willing to review my content. Though I failed to mention that sometimes it's my content that keeps me sane. I re-listen and re-listen, and whether it is something that is hilarious and whether I am talking about something that's hilarious, I'm being narcissistic right now, and I am mentioning my awareness of myself because I am a whole situation, and I am a whole world. And so interpretation is adorable. As a matter of fact, is the door a piece of wood because I just opened the door of a portal into a Never Never Land. Any hoodles, it has been a very comfortable
and a random chat and episode and things and stuff and such. It has been amazing, and I hope that you stay amazing, because I would not want you to be any other way other than yourself. And hope that you're amazing, because sometimes people, we have our ways. There's perfection within the imperfection, and perception is important to your perspective and your identity as far as digital footprint and being digitally dank. I'm happy that you enjoyed this episode. So be sure to tune in. Until next time, Vibe Drive. Stiggity, stiggity.
Thank you.
Definitely have your own opinion, you know, because
Hey Vibe Tribe, you are rocking with your favorite friendly entertainer, Steely Motivator, and who has the vibes that are greater. I am happy to share this first season's episode being the story time of my life, and I'm going to start from some of my earliest fondest memories, and that would be as a child I lived between the country of New York and the city, and every day I would either
marry me.
grab a taxi or a ride from my mom. My mom at the time was a bus driver, and she was the only female, mostly within the companies that she'd worked for. I remember she was a school bus driver. She was my school bus driver, as a matter of fact, and she was lucky enough to have the route that drove past our house, so she picked me up from school. Though I remember one year where she didn't make me bus monitor. And as a matter of fact, I'm just honestly poking at myself because I am and have been very proud of my upbringing, no matter how seemingly rare and nostalgic and naturally diverse as far as culture. I'm very cultured. Any hoodles, you know, I would imagine myself being cultured, being born in New York, and growing up and between the Bronx, 161st Street in the Bronx, and it was Poughkeepsie. I remember it was a 2-hour train ride on the Metro North, and my grandfather was much like myself. I'm very talkative and outgoing. You know, sometimes I begin a conversation and I forget that TV is TV and movies are movies because my life is a movie, and you know, I am just a character, and beyond just being a character, I have my quiet sides that I enjoy listening and observing as much as I do, you know, being myself and just the quirky cringe, cringe lord that I am, within the understanding of, you know, who I was as a child. My mother being a bus driver and her even having our home as a bus route. I am remembering of the stories that she would tell me, that she used to drive the Prevost buses to Times Square, and she used to, you know, to shuttle. That's to shuttle. Any hoodles. I am happy to begin this season with a little bit of nostalgia as to depth into, not into, but depth with sharing who I am, because it seems that everybody is very interested, you know, as to who I am because of my personality, my quirks. You know, I would imagine, heck, listening to my content is as nostalgic as a talk on the phone with an entertainer. And there was a question within this game that I made: what you think, you could, you would, you should, ya? And mind you, this is not me as a little girl. Me as a little girl, I'm wanting to highlight, you know, specific stories with Roxy not in the vicinity while I'm recording, because she is just a hot mess, and she is just sassy, amazing, wonderful. Gentle and harshly, freaking randomly amazing in every way. And attracted to those that are themselves, and prideful within the quirks and within the reality, because we don't have but anything to prove as far as whomever you are. And we have a very large demographic, so there's not a certain race or religion or background that I'm speaking to. I am speaking as Jenny Bees, I am speaking as, and Eurydice, I am speaking as the rarest occurrence within the stars in the galaxy and shooting stars and planets and alignments and prophecies and history and evolution. Gosh golly gee willikers. And for today's episode, I am happy that you are working to be happy within these times that we live in. These stickity times, and that can be perceived however you choose to perceive it. It is a vibe, and I am happy to have shared this episode with you. My vibe, my tribe, my loves, and my fam. My vibe tribe fam. Gosh golly gee willikers. Till later. Be sure to stay tuned. Stiggity. You are rocking with your favorite friendly entertainer, stiggity motivator with the vibes that are greater. That is your girl, Jenny Beats, also known as Eurydice. And I am happy to share this episode about our newest season, that being the season of story time. The story time being on par with the storyline. Where I left off was me as a little girl, my mother, a single mother, my brother and sister, 17 and 12 years older than me. And for a little background, my brother was the high school jock and my sister was the high school smart kid and cheerleader. A+ student, and my self I went to the school that my mom drove bus for growing up, and I remember whenever my mom was married, one of her marriages, and noting that I remember a time whenever headphones were new. You know, you had your cell phone and you had your headphones, and of course they had Walkmans and all sorts of stuff. And you know, this is around the time that the earbuds were just coming into the market of must-haves within the digitally dank world. And so I remember at the end of school, the last day of school, my mom used to let the kids do whatever they wanted. So we would like be standing up on the chairs and, you know, just being little punk asses on the bus. And we would chant, we would no more teachers, no more books, no more teachers' dirty looks. And this is way before Facebook. This is before the internet. So it's nostalgic for me to remember. No more teachers, no more books. No, is it? No more teachers, no more books.
No more teachers.
Or no more homework, no more
No more
books, no
homework.
more teachers' dirty looks. Yeah, that was it. No more homework, no more books, no more teachers' dirty looks. You know, mind you, I'm happy that I don't find this to be homework. I find this to be a sense of meditation, confessional. It's a TV show of my own genre, reflecting on life, liberty, and that thing, the thing. That thing, the thing. What you talking about? That thing, the thing. I'm talking about Cock Dizzle. I do want to be Cock Dizzle. That does not mean that I want to be a man. That does not mean I want to be a Cock Dizzle. Though am I described as a Cock Dizzle, it did not start at an early age, or it did not start on the bus neither, because on the bus I was a dork, and I am a dork. I've always been popular. I've always fit into every group and just been able to not be able. And I've just been 100% etherically sound mind. And that is talent within the world of things and stuff and such. Because, as a quick moment of narration between the time period of now and the time I was a child. And mind you, this is, around elementary school, middle school. And in New York, we called it junior high. There is elementary school, middle school, junior high, high school. And then, you go to college too. They say to get more knowledge. Though, I would mention that you go to college to have more knowledge. Da 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 da. More knowledge in whatever the freaking fake way your little heart desires. Mind you, there's a science to this anatomy stuff. And I am so freaking turned on, and you ought to say whenever you can be yourself and share it with the world, because then the world would realize what a gem, a precious stone you are. Thinking of crystals and gems and precious stones and diamonds being a girl's best friend. As far as a girl's best friend, as far as a guy's best friend, as far as that vibe that brings that brisk feeling of the wind between the thighs on a muggy day, a hot muggy day. I've been told that I had what they mention as resting bitch face. Though, mind you, sometimes I'm like very monotone. So maybe I'm just not a bitch. Maybe I'm just a gentle, sexy, sassy mama jamma. Because I am me. And, you know, the me that I could gather from being too an avid viewer and realizing that of myself. Now, mind you, that is not morbid. I'm a viewer of myself. You know, I'm pretty sure during COVID, you know, the government is able to freaking, you know, keep tabs, as they say, as they enjoy trying to say. Because we live in morbid times, and that does not mean that I am going to promote, you know, anything that is outside of whatever I am preaching at the moment. Because, you know, I appreciate an amen, hallelujah, and I appreciate the recognition of my stories. And mind you, I have not mentioned where I was at, you know, in my mind at that time in my life. As I shared that memory, I should reflect then in our next episode on the little girl I was in my mind and my perspective through the times of me writing my first song, remembering that, and recording that for the podcast. And for the Jenny Beats fans out there, because I know, you are awesome, you are amazing, you are stiggity, and you are Vibe Tribe. Vibe Tribe. Till next time. Stay tuned, motherfuckers.
Stay. It's been 4 hours and 58 minutes. Be sure to follow, like, and share.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it. And the 5 precision blades finish the job. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.